and also enhance food security. Mr. Speaker, again, one of the issues that originally was very contentious and still contentious in some corners is the issue of affordable housing. And there is an allocation, but I'm sure at some point the things would get better, because when people start paying for the housing, then the cost will go lower. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to encourage that when we go to areas like my constituency, instead of looking at the affordable housing in the same design as other areas, other than maybe the big centers like Town, then we should focus on areas like TTIs and KMTC. And I want to thank the ministry for already considering a TTI in Mbita constituency. Mr. Speaker, I would actually want to say that despite the very good budget, my concern is that we still have very low funding for the Ministry of Gender, and we also have very low funding in relation to children affairs. And I want to encourage Honorable Atandi and the Budget Committee that maybe you reconsider this even when we're coming up with the supplementaries, especially in the light of the cases of gender-based violence that have skyrocketed in this country. Otherwise, with Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Hindikiri. You want to inform who?
Yeah, thank you.
She's not on the...
Mr. Speaker.
She's not on the floor.
First, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Chairman of Budget and his committee. Mr. Speaker, I know this committee has spent a lot of time engaging the public openly on the budgeting, on the budget and budgeting making process. Mr. Speaker, for the first time we have seen open discussions on how the revenue that is collected from Kenyans is being utilized. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the past some counties or some constituencies getting more than the other counties or constituencies. Mr. Speaker, you find some votes of the national cake being given continuously to some counties and constituencies with no regard at all with the aspect of equality and even equity. This budget 2025-26 has really addressed what has been missing. That we see some counties and some constituencies growing in terms of development than others. Mr. Speaker, this budget has taken into consideration the better program of the ruling government. Mr. Speaker, it is very important to align the budget with the better program, which is the bottom-up economic transformation of this country. Mr. Speaker, there are some constituencies, particularly my constituency, where we have issues of electricity, issues of water. I have noted that we have been handed 10 million shillings, 100 million shillings for water. Meru County has benefited from the allocation on the budget on electricity. Mr. Speaker, the government has really tried very much to bring equity on the division on money on road infrastructure. And I want to say that for the first time, we have seen a lot of consideration of the distribution of the road network on low volume sale. Mr. Speaker, we have seen this budget bringing out transparency and utilization of money, particularly, Mr. Speaker, on the housing levy. Mr. Speaker, this budget has not interfered with that money because collected and ring-fenced purely on the housing and related development that the fund is taken care of. Mr. Speaker, what Kenyans want to see are markets, and there are markets now being constructed throughout the Republic. Mr. Speaker, this levy has been seen constructing houses. They recently launched, handed over houses in Mukuru and the other part of this nation, showing Kenyans how their money is being utilized, showing a lot of transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the government committed on improving the health of this health sector of the country. Mr. Speaker, we have been having issues to do with the share. The government has come in handy. And if you look at the budget, it has really put into consideration that aspect of a Kenyan requirement. Mr. Speaker, the same case applies to the education sector, agriculture, and the other sectors. What am I saying, Mr. Speaker? I think Kenya now, there are many questions that Kenyans have been asking. Where is our money being utilized? And I believe Kenyans have no problem with paying taxes. What Kenyans have a problem is how their money is being used. I believe this committee has addressed that question, because Kenyans, they want to pay tax. Kenyans are ready to pay tax, but Kenyans want to see how their money is being used. My people of the great constituency of Bori, they want to see roads being put up. They want to see water being put up. They want to see electricity. They want to see their hospitals being uplifted. They want to see ICT hubs coming up. They want to see people being employed, our youth being employed. They want to see our women being empowered. So this budget, 2025-2026, to me, is trying to bring up another dimension of how our budget needs to be and what the budget needs to cater for. Mr. Speaker, we cannot sit back and listen to people who have no clue on how the government is functioning. The people out there saying that nothing is being done. I believe through this budget 2025-2026, they will see a Kenyan government and a Kenya Kwanza government, broad-based government at work. And I can say, with no contradiction, no doubt, that by the close of the year 2025-2026, we will say, yes, the money that the Kenyans are paying are being put into proper practice. Mr. Speaker, I support and I urge the members that we support this budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Quenya. Quenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the budget estimates. And I want from the onset to recognize the effort put by the Budget and Appropriation Committee through the leadership of the Honorable Sami Atadi and the members therein. Mr. Speaker, of course, it has been a very tedious process going through the budget cycle from the point of inception to where we are today. And Mr. Speaker, I am in a very special way supportive of this process and the estimates therein. Mr. Speaker, I've been very keen and followed through to see since when we started the budget policy statement as to the ceilings that were set. As much as I had my misgivings because of my experience in this house, whereby we pass budgets, but when it comes to implementation, we are not either able to raise revenues that are envisaged, and therefore we only have a budget, but in terms of exchequer release it, then that's where we go wrong. Because we have very ambitious figures, but in terms of absorption, it becomes very difficult because there is no revenue that is enough to meet that side of expenditure. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that there seems to be a level of improvement in terms of revenue collection, and maybe going into the future, we are going to live the Kenyan dream that we've always envisaged, a situation whereby we are going to have a balanced budget to the extent that we are not going to have that column that always keeps on coming up, the deficit side that needs to be financed through debt. And Mr. Speaker, I am particularly happy with the financing of our security organs. That is the Kenya Police, KDF, and National Intelligence Service. Because from the records, or from what I see here, their ask was met and to some extent exceeded, and especially Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, just to bring to the fore, at the knowledge and understanding of members, our forces that are in Somalia are no longer being supported by UNEP, United Nations. And therefore, the government of Kenya has to come in and be in support of our forces that are serving our interest in the other border of Somalia. And this budget has ably addressed that, Mr. Speaker. It is something that we should celebrate when we are able to take care of our obligations locally and internationally. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the same, I don't know why I'm turning red. I thought we'd taking 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention something to do with modernization of our equipment for security forces. You realize Kenya is perpetually under threat, either from our hostile neighbors or from vigilante groups and organized crimes that are a big threat to this country. But now, without modernizing our equipment and use of technology, then we find ourselves in a state that is too dangerous for the security of Kenyans. And for any responsible country, 5 minutes.
What?
10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, as I proceed, I think there was an interruption. That was, in terms of modernization, that's where I was, Mr. Speaker. You find that criminals may be having superior technology than what our security forces have. You realize that some of the equipment that are being used by our security forces are obsolete and therefore may not match up with the emerging trends of criminal activities that are happening within and outside our borders. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, provisioning for the same to make sure that we acquire or procure the latest equipment, then that is what every responsible country should do. On the issue of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, I remember the Honorable President, His Excellency President William Ruto, stating that we must vacate from a point where we subsidize consumption to a place where we're going to subsidize production. And through the affordable fertilizer that is subsidized, we have been able to be close to food secure. And I think that's a game changer, and I'm happy that the same has been financed again in this financial year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of electricity, many of our households are without electricity. 60 years after independence, we are still grappling with basic issues like having electricity in every home. It has been the dream of this country, the dream of every Kenyan, to have a switch where they can switch on their lights without struggle, without begging for more years ahead. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the provisioning of 52 billion in this budget to ensure that we connect as many homes to the national grid and to make sure that that dream is brought to actualization is something that should impress every Kenyan. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I may not be able to go through all the content that is in this document, I wish to unequivocally support and congratulate the Honorable Chairman of Budget, who has now delivered his maiden budget statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me the floor to contribute to the budget estimate. Allow me from onset to thank Honorable Atandi, who has made his maiden budget since he became the chair of budget. From outlook, Mr. Speaker, the budget looks a bit healthy. However, I have some reservations considering the recurrent expenditure to development in terms of ratio. We are still far below the recommended ratio for recurrent expenditure to development, Mr. Mr. Speaker, which is supposed to be 40% recurrent, 60% development. The first world have 30% recurrent, 70% development. In our situation, Mr. Speaker, we are still grappling to attain this particular ratio, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is something we need to reconsider very seriously if we want to move Kenya to the next level in terms of development path. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the key sectors which drive the economy of any developing nation, Mr. Speaker, I'm making a reference to energy, infrastructure, and ICT, Mr. Speaker. From the look of the document that is in front of us, the total budget, or the percentage in terms of the overall budget is about 20% that has gone to energy, infrastructure, and ICT, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is still very low, while understanding that most of the areas, particularly the rural areas, have very low connectivity on electricity. I'll talk of my constituency. We are below 20% of our electricity needs when it comes to electricity. We have most of the areas not connected to electricity, Mr. Speaker. If you look at our roads, they are in a very bad state, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we say the 20% that is earmarked for energy, infrastructure, ICT, of the overall budget is quite low, and we need to review it upward to be able to meet the needs across the country, Mr. Speaker. The other key important sector is education, Mr. Speaker. I'm noticing the total percentage that has gone to education that is out of the overall budget is at 28%, Mr. Speaker. That is still low. While looking at the need when it comes to education, we are talking of exams, we are talking of higher education loans board, we are also talking of other needs when it comes to infrastructure for education. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, we'll relook into this and see if we can revise the budget or the money earmarked for education upward, Mr. Speaker. Health, Mr. Speaker, has actually gotten the lowest percentage, which is about 5% of the total budget. That's about 137 billion, Mr. Speaker. We have been noticing health professionals coming to Parliament, requiring for their pay. A lot of needs in terms of patients who are out there, who have no one to attend to them because the health practitioners are busy on the roads demanding for pay rise, etc. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, we listen to Kenyans and see if we can add some money to help the sector, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture, which used to be the backbone of the Kenyan economy, Mr. Speaker, it is worrying when I notice agriculture and rural development has been given 3% of the total budget, that is amounting to about 78 billion, Mr. Speaker. That is still very low if we really think or if we really believe that agriculture still is a backbone of our economy, Mr. Speaker. So in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, there is much for us to do as a House to be able to respond to the needs and realities of Kenyans so that we move this country to the next level when it comes to development, Mr. Speaker. When I look at areas or gray areas when it comes to funding, we have very specific areas that have been underfunded, Mr. Speaker. To make or to be specific, I'll talk about school feeding program, Mr. Speaker. The previous financial year, school feeding program got about 3 billion. By this particular budget estimate, there is nothing put under school feeding program, Mr. Speaker. If you look at my area and your area, that is your constituency and my constituency, these are ASAL areas which receive erratic rainfall, Mr. Speaker. And most of the students in those areas are able to remain in school because of school feeding program, Mr. Speaker. So if we do away with the school feeding program, what are we trying to say when it comes to retaining learners from poor families, Mr. Speaker? So it's important we reconsider this and, if possible, reinstate money for school feeding program, Mr. Speaker. Another very important element comes to higher education learning, that is HELB. Myself, I went to school through HELB, higher learning. I was able to attain my first degree through HELB loan. Mr. Speaker, I've seen a reduction of about 3 billion in HELB. That is from 37 billion to 34 billion. This particular 3 billion reduction, Mr. Speaker, has a very negative implication to learners who come from poor families. I'm talking about 368,000 learners who will not be able to meaningfully continue with higher learning if this money is not reinstated, Mr. Speaker, because they are likely to drop out because of financial constraint, while because of the background or because of the areas where they come from, Mr. Speaker. So let's try to understand these particular issues which are pertinent to poor Kenyans and be able to reinstate them with the budget, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I've noted that the police medical insurance, still the money that was requested by the department, what we have earmarked or what we have budgeted in this budget is low or is quite low compared to what was requested by the police. And it's important to understand these people do very essential or instrumental role in ensuring internal security is given to Kenyans. So let's ensure that we provide the money requested for police medical insurance to be able to support our security officers and to be able to motivate them, because if we don't incentivize them, then we are likely to have policemen and women who will be demotivated to discharge their duties, Mr. Speaker. So with those few remarks, I wanted to recommend that going forward, it's important we look at the key sector that drive the economy of this country and budget well to be able to ensure that these sectors do not underperform, because they are the backbone, are the fulcrum to the progress that we want to see Kenya, and that will make Kenya a great nation, as all of us would want to cherish or see a progressive nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I submit.
Mtunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate on the 2025-2026 budget, financial year budget. Honorable Speaker, the process of budget started way back with the budget policy statement. But notably, Honorable Speaker, there was some deviation between what we saw in the budget policy statement and what we finally arrived at the end of the day as the budget. The reason being that, the deviation in some sectors, like the sector that I represent, was negative. This has affected the budgeting and the planning of the activities in the sector. Against some of those expectations, Honorable Speaker, we have had to cost reduction in some of the activities. Honorable Speaker, the efforts in this budget progressively has shown absorption or rather provision for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda priorities. In every sector, there has been that provision. And this is something that came up with the new government. It's something that has been adopted, and it's something that is bearing fruits. And I hope it is something that the Kenyans are seeing happening. So I would like to call upon Kenyans to appreciate the efforts that are being made, especially through the budgeting process and provisioning for some of those activities. Honorable Speaker, we might have at some point as a country to call for harmonization of the budgeting in terms of the sectors. There are sectors that can easily move this economy to better returns, better revenue, better job creation, better, foreign exchange earning, and so on and so forth, but they are not being given due recognition. Many of the speakers have alluded to sectors like ICT, they have alluded to sectors like agriculture and rural and urban development and others. We might need a national conversation on how do we prioritize. Because, Honorable Speaker, when you look closely at what is happening in several sectors, and this is something that we need to take caution as a country, some of the things are long-term construction efforts. And those long-term construction efforts do not necessarily yield results in due time. a 5-year term government needs to yield results very fast. The current government got into office on the promise of jobs. And we can easily create jobs if we focus on some of these sectors and give them more effort. For instance, if we look at the agricultural sector and what has been happening, Madam Speaker, the policy shift by the president to decide not to subsidize consumption, but instead subsidize production. And the fact that God has been so graceful to us and has given us rain all through, this has made the country realize food security over time. And these are some of the efforts that we need to make. For instance, we have specific targets. We have a target to improve coffee production from the current around 50,000 metric tons to 200,000 metric tons by 2027. If you have to achieve that target, we must do a lot of campaigns for new land to be opened under coffee, and also for intensification in production and productivity. That cannot be done without proper budgeting and inclusion of some of those activities, or recognition of some of those activities in the budget process. Madam Speaker, again, in terms of urbanization, as a country, we are investing in industrial parks and aggregation centers. This is a very good initiative to have these industrial parks, because most of our farmers and most of the Kenyans are smallholder. These are the producers of the raw materials of industry. These are the producers of the little that we sell outside this country. Being producers who are small in scale, they will need to aggregate. And for us to have aggregation centers that are supportive of the economy, we must be able to organize the producers in a manner that they are able to respond to the demands of the day. And in that respect, Honorable Speaker, it calls for investment in the organization process, setting up cooperatives across the country, enabling these people to work together, harvest together, store together, sell together. Those are some of the omissions that are in this budget that need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, the other notable the other notable inclusion in this particular respect is the focus on institutional support. Most of our institutions have been supported in this budget. I have in mind our military has been very well supported. I have in mind that our police or the law enforcement agencies have been supported. The judiciary has been supported. This parliament indeed has also been supported. I would like to call upon this institution to do their work and to deliver their promises to the Kenyans. That will guarantee them further support. That will give Kenyans the due recognition of the role that they play. Honorable Speaker, the efforts towards sustaining the budget deficit, living within the means, were seen in this particular budgeting process. The idea was that the fiscal space was limited, and under limited fiscal space, we needed to operate within the confines of the fiscal space. So the budgeting has been done in a way not to open up for more demand for resources. And this is a deliberate effort by government and a deliberate effort by this House to ensure that we do not open up the lid. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to note that as a country, there are certain projects that are very fast in impacting the livelihoods of Kenyans. And when we debate, for instance, transfer of NGCDF to the counties, Honorable Speaker, those who are in the county are our brothers and sisters. We have been to the same schools with them. We lived in the same localities. We all support devolution. But if something is working, why try to change it? The only fund in this country which has a management fee of 5%. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to explain why 5% is so significant. 5%, Honorable Speaker, if you're doing research and the data variation is not beyond 5%, you normally conclude that there is no significant difference in the responses. In that particular respect, it means, therefore, most of the money utilized under NGCDF goes to development. And that is why there is so much of impact. Honorable Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, why should somebody imagine that something that is working needs to be altered or needs to be changed? There is fear among Kenyans that this NGCDF is going to be moved. There is fear among the members that next year, 2026-27, we are not going to budget for NGCDF. I would like to appeal to our judicial system that we need to look at these issues more constructively, especially when it comes to the role played by the different individuals in terms of delivering development. Honourable Speaker, my final point is on the need to focus a lot more on the software as opposed to the hardware. Hardware, I have in mind the constructionism. Software, I have in mind things that make us turn around the results. I have in mind, like for instance, when it comes to biological forms, the genetic improvement. I have in mind, like when it comes to health, disease containment or control. I have in mind, when it comes to education, educating the Kenyans appropriately to gain knowledge. These are some of the areas we need to a lot more focus on. There is an inclination towards construction in this country. Apart from the new program on national housing, affordable housing, then different sectors need to a lot more reduce on investing in infrastructure and development. Infrastructure and development, I have in mind construction of offices, construction of other facilities, so that we can focus a lot more on the software and turn around this economy. If we have to turn around this economy, we have to be a lot more focused on the productive sector. And the productive sectors, Honourable Speaker, do not demand a lot of resources in those respects. Honourable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I wish to support the adoption of this report. Thank you.
The Honorable Tom Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the budget proposals. I want to congratulate the chair and the entire team of the Budget and Appropriation Committee for finalizing a beautiful report. I have compared this report, I've looked at it against the budget policy and the initial submissions by the Cabinet Secretary from Treasury, and I am satisfied that this team has done tremendous work to change what the Treasury brought to us and given us a product which looks like Kenya. And I want to thank you, my friend, Honorable Atandi from Alego Usonga, that it is a good thing to have experts such as you. We have donated you freely to be able to give your professional services to this very good exercise so that we have a country which is ours. Mr. Speaker, you know, in the budgets that have gone by, we have been crying about skewed budgets of some counties or some places or some regions taking more than the lion's share than the other parts of the world. But what we have seen, the proposals from Treasury have now been balanced so that you have budgets in Baringo, you also have comparative budgets in Homa Bay, but you also have comparative budgets in Nairobi. For the first time, Nairobi has been looked at and been compared as an entity and as a region. So generally, it makes my heart happy that I am a member of this assembly that is now considering appropriation of the budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to say something. Just last week, some people were laughing that there are some gentlemen in Homa Bay who are sleeping in the stadium and are happy that there is a stadium which has been built in Homa Bay. Yet others are talking about securitization of the economy. And so they thought that those people who are sleeping in the stadium do not know what they were doing. But how can they not sleep in the stadium? Because this is the only stadium which has ever been built through to its conclusion. How can they, when the only thing they have seen a practical infusion in this economy is the only stadium? Where were you when you are securitizing your economy, the economy in Mount Kenya and in the economy elsewhere. So you need, some of you have this premise that economy belongs to some people as a matter of right. So Homa Bay people are just celebrating just the stadium because that is all they have seen all their lives. And what is wrong in seeing that? Because they are showing that they belong to this country. Watch it, Mr. Speaker. Watch this space. The blue economy that is going to blossom. This budget that has been properly packed. You will see that Homa Bay people will now not be dancing on the stadium. They will be dancing now on those things called securitization of the budget. They will one day. And people should not take things for granted that there are people who are members of this country than the others. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it's my pleasure in Nairobi, for example. I know that there is a lot of discussions, disband this disband Kera, disband Kura, disband all these things. But you need to understand that in Nairobi, we stand on a pedestal, although we are in a county government, but that county government has more to do with that. If they were to do all those things, they will not take care of capital development. And so all these things we are talking about, the Kora and the Kera, those are the things that are holding our capital development. You will have a road coming from Nairobi to Samau Summit, but you will not get a road which goes to Thika. Or you will not get a road which comes from Embakasi to Ruaraka. Where will you get those kind of roads when you are now talking about, because the county governments themselves, have not been able to do even the estate roads. And all of you people live in Nairobi. So when you are talking about these things that now Nairobi, why should you look for Kora? Why should you look for Kera? Who will do that road to your house in Karen? Who will do that road of yours to Westlands? So some of these things, when we talk about them, let not political expediency take over the logical consequence of some of these things that we know. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much. I'm going to... Mr. Speaker, my friend from Homa Bay is disturbing me to inform me. Yes,
Do you wish to be informed by the Honorable Kaluma?
I think I want some wisdom from Homa Bay.
Yeah. Yes, what's the
Honorable Speaker, Homa Bay Town constituency hosted the whole country for Madaraka Day celebrations. And I want to thank everybody for coming to Homa Bay. I also want to thank the President for allowing us to host that national holiday celebration. Honorable Speaker, the only part that I found sour is when some people were laughing, and I'm happy Honorable Kajwang has brought it up, that the people of Homa Bay are lying on tarmac the whole night, the day preceding Madaraka. They are saying the people of Homa Bay Town are lying in the stadium. Instead of asking, why has it taken President Ruto in barely 3 months to give the people of Homa Bay who love sports the stadium, when they have always been the capacity of the country? Honorable Speaker, I've been in this parliament for 13 years. 13 years. No single inch of tarmac road until this time that we have the broad-based governments. I wanted to inform Honorable Kajwang, in agreement with him, that things we keep talking about, like securitization of some funds to enable areas which have never gotten get, we don't want people to talk about them carelessly.
Notwithstanding the fact that yesterday we had in the House the CVs of the most brilliant maritime, is it maritime or law of the sea?
I thank you for that recognition.
And 3 of them came from Homa Bay.
But Honorable Speaker, I've seen
only one came from, where does Karoli Omondi come from?
Yes.
Homa Bay. Then it means all of you are from Homa Bay.
Honorable Speaker, you see somebody like Francis Aduol.
Where the tyranny of brains was.
Yes, like Professor Francis Aduol, who was approved here yesterday.
Yes.
You saw his vetting process. But do you know, beyond, Honorable Speaker, beyond broad-based government, such a Kenyan would have not come before this House for approval. And that is why we are saying, let us think equity. We are paying a lots and lots of national debts, which developed regions, not the whole country. It is wrong for a member of the House hearing that for the first time a road is being thought about cutting across, Mandera, Wajir, going to Garissa. Yes. To come saying, you cannot securitize. Yet we know some regimes, up to the time they were living, contracted over 1,500 roads in just one region. And yet they keep telling you, complete those before you go to any other. We want an equitable, inclusive country for all of us. And we want to, as I inform Honorable Kajwang,
do you wish to inform something to
request
members?
Request members of Budget and Appropriations Committee.
You cannot inform an informer. Order. Yes. He's an informer, so you can't inform him.
When we are talking of equity, Honorable Speaker, we are not saying it lightly. I saw the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury saying there are rivers being crossed by people and they have crocodiles. And this has been happening since independence. And that is why we want Honorable Atandi to have the free liberty of the House with these current members to support. We don't want a situation where people who are aware the spokesperson of the committee is the chair, also giving their interviews outside there against inclusivity in this country. Thank you for the opportunity to inform.
You have 2 minutes to conclude, Honorable Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the information. I have accepted that information. But Mr. Speaker, I should have been here yesterday. I'm sorry I wasn't here.
Yesterday
Homa Bay is composed of learned friends. The member for Suba North is a learned friend. The other from Suba South is a learned friend. The other from Homa Bay is a learned friend. The one who has been exported to Ruaraka is a learned friend. So this is a county that we are talking about international law and international maritime law. And yesterday I would have been here so that you would have had something from international constitutional lawyer like I am. But Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my very good friend, Honorable Atandi, that this is the way to go. Free this nation. Look at everybody look at Mandera as you are looking at Lamu. Look at Alego Usonga as you are looking at Ruaraka. And Kiambu. Let also Kiambu thrive because by the time people in Alego Usonga are burdened by taxation, they are paying the debts which have arisen from securitization from Kiambu. So you see, this is how we should look at this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Rosabuya, and then followed by the Honorable Nyakundi Japheth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honorable Nyakundi, is it true that you spoke to this particular budget yesterday? Oh, no. But were you not told you've got an additional 6 minutes and you must be here very early so that the debate starts with you? Honorable Rosabuya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Buyu.
In discussing the budget, I'd like to take us back to 1965 when we had the sessional paper after independence. Mr. Speaker, in that sessional paper, it was agreed that rather than try to develop all parts of the country in unison, we would develop the areas that had greater potential, and later on, the other parts of the country would be developed with the benefits that's accrued from those greater potential areas. Mr. Speaker, that has been the undoing of this country, because the greater areas that were considered as being potentially great, like Central Kenya, Mr. Speaker, was developed with the sweat and the burden of the rest of the country. Mr. Speaker, there's been no time in the history of this country since 1965, when Kenyans have come back together to say that now it is time to look at the other areas that had not been given the privilege in 1965. And that is why we have discrepancy in terms of development in this country. Mr. Speaker, the biggest point about the budget that we're discussing now is the point of inclusivity. It has tried to treat Kenyans as Kenyans, regardless of what part of the country one comes from. Mr. Speaker, you look at various areas that have been ignored and you find that there is something for them in this budget. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that Kenyans are not against paying taxes, but Kenyans are against paying taxes when they do not see profits or benefits from those taxes. But today, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that for the first time, we have 110 million being set aside to purchase a ferry for Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, what this will do is it will enhance water transport, and it will ignite business and economy for the people around the lake. Mr. Speaker, I look at the money that's being put behind sugar industry. More often than not, there's a lot of money being pumped in coffee and tea, regardless of disregarding the other crops that are benefits to the other countries. But Mr. Speaker, right now there is money coming to sugar. Mr. Speaker, if you look at that budget, you find that a lot of money has also been put for mitigation of drought in the northeastern part of this country. I think that is really positive because it's not by anybody's choice that there should be an area that is affected by drought. So, Mr. Speaker, what I see in this budget, and I want to give congratulations to Honorable Atandi for being a Kenyan and not just being a man from Nyanza. He has opened his eyes and he has opened his mind and is looking at Kenya as Kenyans. And I'd also like to thank Mheshimiwa, who is the CS of Treasury, Mheshimiwa John Mbadi, who, working together with Honorable Atandi, they've been able to open their minds and to bring Kenyans to a point where Kenya is now Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about UHC. We know that there have been people in this country who've been offering on voluntary basis their services to ensure that health is enjoyed by everybody, even the smallest person in this country. They've been doing this free of charge, and they've never had any pay. But today, when you look at this budget, there is money that is put under UHC that recognizes that indeed the workers or the voluntary healthcare workers will now be compensated for the service that they offer. And I think that is great, because when you have a healthy country, then Mr. Speaker, you'd be able to develop much better. Mr. Speaker, I also look at agriculture. When you look at how much money has been put in agriculture, and we are talking about sectors that affect the common wananchi, you find that there is money that has been put in those sectors, and I'm sure that in a few years' time, Kenyans will be smiling because all the sectors that affect them will have actually been looked into and been budgeted for. Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to say that I support this budget, and I'm also happy that places like Nyanza, which have long been forgotten when it comes to road transport, when you look at that budget, you can actually see that indeed there's some opening of roads in that budget. I, for one, am very happy to look at that budget and see that an area like Hololela, Yawa Mr. Speaker, Hololela is in the thick of nowhere in that Kisumu West constituency. And I see that in this budget, there's 200 million that has been put for that road. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what else I would say, but if this is what the broad-based government is doing, I want to say that this broad-based government is what Kenyans need, and I want to urge every Kenyan who might still have a bit of suspicion against broad-based government, that this is a government of inclusivity, this is a government of equity, this is a government of affirmative action for areas that have long been left behind. With that, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right from the onset, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I support this budget. However, Mr. Speaker, I must dissuade some of the members of this august House from deciding that because I come from Mount Kenya now, I am guilty of what my forefathers did. We had at independence, when the session paper number 10 was made, we had representation in the cabinet from across the country. If the people at that time in government, and it was a government that was formed across regions and across the ethnic divide after having fought for independence, the wisdom of our forefathers cannot be used to make us guilty today. Mr. Speaker, this budget has a lot of money going to the blue economy. I am not complaining. I am encouraging people in my region to also venture into aquaculture and benefit. That is the kind of mindset I would like to see that our current leaders articulate and adopt, so that today we are building a better foundation for our children and their children to be able to resolve the challenges they will face. Can we resolve the challenges we are facing today without wanting to demonize one section of the country or one area of the country? I voted in this parliament to remove a person from my region from office because I felt he was not right for this country. Do not, I urge us to really embrace the broad-based government. Look, adopt what Honorable Atadi has done as the chair of budget. Let us use that focus. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that coffee has gotten money for revival, 500 million. The revival of coffee in this country and the earnings from that crop, from that cash crop, will be more dependent on the new coffee growing areas which go into Nyanza, that go into the Rift Valley, that go into Western Kenya. But at the same time, some of that money must be plowed into the Mount Kenya region for regeneration of the old coffee bushes, which are 62 years old plus. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that we have money to revitalize new KPCU that will serve the whole country in terms of warehousing, irrespective of where the coffee is coming from. I am happy we have money for settling coffee debts. Mr. Speaker, our athletes have really made our country proud. Of late, we have suffered the shame of some of our athletes being caught in doping. The fact that this budget has provided money for testing and for educating our athletes is a big plus. Mr. Speaker, the TVET sector is the game changer in this country. At a time when formal employment is shrinking, at a time when digitization is changing work as we knew it, the acquisition of technical skills and is really one of the areas that is going to help our people go into self-employment. The fact that we have provided additional resources for hiring technical staff is a big plus. Mr. Speaker, I am an alumni of the Kenyan Medical Training College. Higher education funding in this country has discriminated diploma students for a very long time in this country. Students pursuing medical courses have not been benefiting from help. Students pursuing diploma courses in education, yet the teacher training colleges fall under the Ministry of Education, have not been benefiting from help. It is important that, it is instructive that in this budget, part of the health budget has had to be appropriated to provide help for KMTC students. I'm urging this House to collectively look at the issue of funding tertiary education so that none of our young people are discriminated. Mr. Speaker, our referral services in our national referral hospitals.
Come and take over.
We have really been complaining about the level of services, but one of the biggest burdens in those institutions has been the shortfall in personnel emoluments. And I want to thank the Budget Committee for accepting the proposal by the Health Committee, where I'm a member, to fully provide for the personnel emoluments package for all our referral hospitals. Mr. Speaker, UHC is heavily dependent on the provision of diagnostic services at the lower level facilities, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Mr. Speaker, the expired MES program has stood in the way for the implementation of the National Equipment Placement Service that is supposed to benefit UHC health facilities. And therefore, I am happy that money has been provided for the closure of the MES program and pave the way for NESP. Mr. Speaker, one of the saddest things is when we have to be told that our children cannot be immunized on account of our failure to limit funds for vaccines that are provided through Gavi and UNICEF. Once again, Chairman Atadi, I want to thank you for caring for the children of this country and ensuring that the liquid counterfeit funding for our vaccines and also for the HIV and TB commodities has been provided. Again, the shortfall of almost 34 billion from the withdrawal or the threatened withdrawal of USAID funding in the health sector. Again, the fact that this has been provided in this budget is a big plus. Mr. Speaker, I have seen quite a number of sports academies. I want to remind our House, this House, that the CBC pathways dictate that talented athletes across the country should have facilities for the development of their talent. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am urging us all to be much more aware while looking at the proposal on where the sports academies are going to be built to ensure that there is equity across the regions and across the counties because sporting talent abounds. Mr. Speaker, I am unhappy also in this budget about the reduction in the provision for payment for children, orphans, and vulnerable families for supporting them, the indigents, with the national health insurance. Mr. Speaker, these are the lowest of the lowest in our society. It is not possible for us to remove money that is supposed to pay for social health insurance fund for the street families in this country. Where is our conscience? It is not possible, Mr. Speaker, for us to remove funds that is supposed to pay for social health insurance funds for orphans in this country. Where do we want them to access health services from? Yet it is mandatory for every Kenyan to have a social health insurance card. Therefore, again, when we come to that area, I urge this House that we be more careful in terms of dealing with the most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, in ending, the education sector and junior secondary schools. These schools are supposed to have science laboratories. I'm urging the Education Committee and this House in the consideration of the education budget to kindly factor in money for the construction of JSS laboratories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Victor Koech.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to this particular report before this House on the consideration of the 2025-2026 budget. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I would like equally to join my colleagues in congratulating Honorable Atandi for this maiden report. Having looked at this report from Schedule 1 to Schedule 4, Honorable Speaker, I am convinced that Honorable Atandi with his team have done us justice for the first time. Last year, Honorable Speaker, and the previous years running, Honorable Speaker, we have had several challenges, and especially for us representing the rural constituencies. Speaking on behalf of rural constituencies where I come from, that is Chepalungu constituency, Honorable Speaker, we have had roads running to almost 68 kilometers, which was started by the then Deputy President and now the President of the Republic of Kenya, but have run several years without proper financing. This is the first year that I'm seeing considerable budget being considered for Kyogong, Sigor, and Chebunyo Road. In the previous years, Honorable Speaker, I would like to report that the same road have been allocated like 40, 30 million. 40 million cannot even do 1 kilometer, Honorable Speaker. This year is a bit much better. Equally, Honorable Speaker, on roads, we've had several challenges. There is a bridge that was promised by the now Minister for Security while he was in transport sector, Kaptabuliet Bridge. But it ran for the entire 2 financial years without consideration. I am happy that this particular budget that is under consideration today is also considering the same bridge, which means the residents of Nyongores are going to benefit from this particular budget. And that is why I want to keep on congratulating Honorable Atandi for surely having a broad-based budget that is considering the constituencies that have always been under-considered. Honorable Speaker, as I close on this particular issue of roads, many a times when we visit the departments seeking for projects, they normally tell us, as who are new, we should wait for the projects that are ongoing to be completed before we start. But I'm happy because this particular budget is going to consider another new road in my constituency. Honorable Speaker, when I come to energy, where I serve as a committee member in this parliament, I am happy because the budget committee actually accepted our consideration, our request for a 5 billion that is going to serve all the constituencies within our country. I would only want to urge the departments, the implementing departments, that when this money comes, we should be able to allocate money based on the need of each and every constituency. Because, Honorable Speaker, we can't lie to each other. Like the urban constituencies, we can never compare with the rural constituencies. In no way, Mr. Speaker, that constituency like Chepalungu, constituency like Chepalungu and constituencies from Bomet County and Kericho County can compare with constituencies in Nairobi. Nairobi has almost 90% connectivity, whereas in rural constituencies, we are still below 20% in terms of connectivity. So it is upon the department and upon us members to decide and to implore upon the department that is implementing, that is REREC, to consider using a well-connected and analyzed data on who has low connectivity and that person who has low connectivity should be able to get an higher budget. Considering, again, Honorable Speaker, in terms of education sector, this is where I have an issue. Because, Honorable Speaker, Chepalungu constituency, which is in Bomet County, has 188 primary schools. It has 97 secondary schools, a total of almost 300. All of them are relying on a 175 million budget for CDF. If these particular constituencies are not considered under affirmative action through the Ministry of Education in construction of laboratories, rural constituencies are going to be left far much behind in terms of education, whereas in the pathways and all that, we are now gearing towards actualizing the CPC program. Honorable Speaker, when I come to issues touching on water, our constituencies, again, have not benefited for a very long time. This year, Honorable Speaker, for a project that have not been completed for several years, that is a project that is tapped Bomet, Mulot, and going to Sigor. is going to benefit more this financial year. That is why I want to congratulate the Budget and Appropriation Committee led by Atandi, that this particular year, we are feeling that we are part of this country. We are part of the Kenya, and we are beginning to see equity. Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I want to support this report and still encourage that those who are going to implement, that is all the departments that are going to implement this particular budget, when the money comes to your department, we ensure through oversight that this money does what was what actually was meant to have done. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I wish to support. Thank you.
The whip of the Jubilee Party in the National Assembly, the Honorable Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to say that I am once very happy when I see members on the divide happy about the budget and the allocations that have been done and distribution that has been done, Mr. Speaker. I was just reflecting on the journey that we have come as a nation, Mr. Speaker. From 1963, when we got our independence, there are three things that the founding fathers wanted to fight in this nation. That was poverty, ignorance, and disease. And very interesting, Mr. Speaker, we are still speaking the same language, addressing the same things. When you talk about ignorance, it's about our education sector. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm very happy that we are trying to address the issue of university funding, and especially the funding model, where we have many students, Mr. Speaker, who are able to join university, but they can't proceed because of the high fee. And I'm just hoping, Mr. Speaker, as majority of us in this House went through the university through HELP, Mr. Speaker, that we can be able to finally have a proper solution for HELP so that our students, once somebody is admitted in the university, automatically they qualify for HELP. And then parents don't have to worry whether their children will join or not join the university. And as they go in, then there is a way that we can be able to see how and the level where we can be able to assist the student without making it complicated, Mr. Speaker, because some of these things are so easy. I don't know why we complicate them for our students in such a way that we have very bright students who miss education because of lack of fees. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very happy that now the debate about funding the exams is done, because this is something that was being politicized by some people about exams and whether our students will be able to sit for exams or whether the parents are going to pay for them. And so from the Ministry of Education and especially from the Departmental Committee on Education, it was very important for them to address this issue of exams. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that one day we don't have to make our exams so complex that the exams have to have special codes. They have to go to be printed out of this country, that our students have to be manned by a police officer when they are doing the exams. Surely these are young souls. I don't know why then we don't train our either teachers or the students because it's a matter of integrity, that you don't have to have the policemen. We don't have to really have even the police coming in very early in the morning guarding the exams papers. We can have a way that we can be able to have an exam that is free, and I'm happy with the new CBC that there is continuous assessment in such a way that, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to wait for the last 8 years, and a child has been in school from class 1 or even from 4, that's when we are grading, and that one exam determines the life of a student. So I'm very happy with the new system of CBC, and I am hoping that then we will minimize a lot of bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of times when you go to the ground, we have our elderly people, and I hope the Social Protection Unit and Department have addressed this matter. We still have our elderly persons who require social support from the government, and I know we have made steps and very good steps on how to finance them through the funds, and they are able to access to the money, but still majority of them are not registered, Mr. Speaker. And I hope as that age comes in, where we know somebody has gotten to the age of, if it's 70, that automatically then you are able to go, just show your ID card and you can be able to access to this financing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as majority of the members have talked about equalization and what goes to which sector, I'm very sure agriculture can address the issue of poverty in this nation. We have very good land. We are the equator, Mr. Speaker. I had a privilege to accompany my speaker to Brazil, and I saw the government is using not a lot of resources, but educating their farmers, having extension officers, giving them the proper seedlings, teaching them on the best practice on farming, introducing irrigation. We were in a place where it's like northeastern, but there's one river, and they have just diverted that river to the shambas, and farmers are able to farm through the help of the government, and they are doing a lot of exports. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that one day we would sit down and drop the politics, sit down and analyze how our nation is divided. And we can tell this crop can do well in this region, this one can do very well in this region. Go get farmers, put them together, train them, give them the proper seedlings, and I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, that we can be able to develop. And by the fact that this budget is here today, having Honorable Atandi as the chair, and a lot of members saying he has done a good job, I am convinced now beyond any doubt that I was right in the beginning to say I'm not going to the streets. I was right, and I've been vindicated when I said I will join the current government because we don't have any other government until the next 2 years to come. And it has been proven, Mr. Speaker, that we can be able to make changes in this house. That this house has a lot of powers. We are the one who allocate the resources. So we cannot go and complain outside there. Even if we go picket, even if we go for demonstrations, at the end of the day, we have the power. And I'm very happy today that the Homa Bay people can smile, and they're happy that they have a stadium. I've heard Honorable Rosa saying about the roads in a specific village in her place, and that tells us, as honorable members, once you are elected, whether you are elected with that government of the day or you're in the minority or majority side, that you have your power, you can come and lobby your members, you can come here and convince members of this house to support the area that you come from. And so not necessarily that we have to go and fight out there. And if we hold this house with dignity, Mr. Speaker, I am very sure what happened last year will not happen this year. And if we communicate well to Kenyans on what we are doing in this house, we will regain our dignity and the respect that that name we bear as honorable members actually becomes honorable. And so today, I'll sleep a very happy person to know that this house, for once, people have come together, we are reasoning together, we are working together, and I can only say long live broad-based government. Mr. Speaker, some people take peace for granted. Some people are busy inciting Kenyans against the government that is working for them, against the members of this house, but I also want to remind them that you elected that member of parliament to come and represent you. Instead of that member of parliament to come and tell you who you will elect 2027, who you should follow, and creation of some small demigods in this country, the person whom you elected should come and tell you how they sat in this house and mobilize for resources to go to their region, Mr. Speaker. And so I hope we can be able to change. And with this budget, I'll only mention one thing. We need to eliminate wasteful expenditure. The little we have, let us share, but most importantly, let us not be extravagant. Let us prioritize what is important for this nation. Let us see other areas, especially when you talk about diseases, Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, a lot of money comes in, not just from the government, but also from donor funding. But is this money utilized well? We have now UHC, we have now the SHA, which is the Social Health Authority. Mr. Speaker, we know there was a lot of dealings happening with NHIF. People could just sit in a corner in a hospital and write down some ID numbers, go claim from NHIF that they have treated people. But now with SHA, an OTP has to be sent to your phone for your confirmation that you as a person, you are the one who is being treated. And so the many loopholes that were there, they're no longer there. And that's why you saw the cartels in the beginning fighting SHA. But today I can comfortably say, I know and I'm a witness, SHA is working. What do we do? Where we are failing, whether it's on the system, we can always improve. But let us support. And most importantly then, not to forget very important people. We have our doctors, we have our nurses, we have our police officers. These people, day in, day out, even when tomorrow there's a holiday, they don't enjoy any holiday. So let us also minimize the unrest that we have within the labor. And that means then if there are any agreements that were done before, let us sit down, look at our doctors, our nurses, our teachers, our police officers, and we make sure that they also enjoy the kind of work and the sacrifices they make for this nation. And Mr. Speaker, as I thank you, I want to say I support and well done to the Budget Committee, well done to this House, and I can see there's some light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Jubilee Party Whip. The Honorable Mark Mwenje will now make his contributions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And right from the onset, I'd want to congratulate the Budget Committee, now led by the Honorable Atandi, for a job well done, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you're well aware, and I know we should never draw the Speaker into debate, but those of us who've been in Azimio, for about 2 years, we've been in Maandamano in 2023, last year. And Honorable Speaker, some of us as members of Parliament and by extension our constituencies have been punished. And I am one of those who can say, because in the budget for 23-24, the budget for 24-25, my constituency in Embakasi West, whenever I tried to get something in there for my constituents, it always got lost somewhere in between. And I have to believe, Honorable Speaker, that my close association with the former Prime Minister Raila, being part of the Maandamanos, had an effect on those issues, Honorable Speaker. And now, Honorable Speaker, I can say, and with this budget, and I can say that my constituency in Embakasi West, finally, I feel like I'm a part and parcel of this process, that we are getting something. That when you say there is a broad base, now I can see it somewhere. Because, Honorable Speaker, some of the roads, and I want to speak about my constituents because we are a budget-making process, but I'm here sent by the people of Embakasi West. There is a road I've tried to consider in my constituency, Firoz, Tononoka, an area around there. And 2 years in a row I've tried it. I can't just get it, or it gets in, deleted at some point. But this time, at least, I've made it this far, Honorable Speaker, and I believe the Honorable Atandi will be fair to ensure that we get to the end, Honorable Speaker. There are boreholes that in Nairobi, people don't realize we have a problem of water in Nairobi, but we have some boreholes that have been sunk in my constituency, and a few more are coming, Honorable Speaker. And these are things that we can appreciate that are coming in this budget, Honorable Speaker. And by extension, speaking about even the supplementary that we did just the other day, Honorable Speaker, I can consider certain areas of my constituency, Honorable Speaker. In Molemod, there's an area known as Kwamaji, Umoja 3, Superlove. In Umoja 1, there's an area known as an SDA road, Lim area, Tena Road. Karobang South, I'm able to add some more classrooms, do a road close by the Catholic Road. And these are the benefits, Honorable Speaker. I'm able to speak here with confidence that we have over 70 new additional classrooms coming into Embakasi West, Honorable Speaker. And this is by extension what we mean by having an equitable and fair budget that goes all round, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the last 2 years, I know there's a common misconception that Nairobi is fully connected with electricity, Honorable Speaker. And in the last 2 budgets, the whole of Nairobi County got a maximum of about 150 million. Now we're able to get a bit more. We have some slums in TJ's constituency, in Ruaraka. We have some in Mathare. We have in Embakasi West, Embakasi South. And we provided that there be social protection so we can connect electricity to those people living in those slums at a minimal cost and do some form of social protection as we are still working towards the affordable houses, Honorable Speaker. So at least through, and I want to thank the CS one day because he was able to call Nairobi MPs and look at that problem intensely and budget for it. And that is something that has been provided for, Honorable Speaker. When it comes to education, Honorable Speaker, we must remember grade 10 is on its way. So next year, members should be aware that with grade 10, the issues of bursaries, the issue of capitation, that is an issue that is going to be quite dominant at the beginning of next year. And that is something that we've seen that there's money that has been put in. That is why even the money for the exams was quite a sensitive issue. And even funding for help. Honorable Speaker, you've seen so many students, university students being sent home. We all know the pressure that has been on NGCDF to provide bursaries to these students. And yet we know NGCDF cannot fully fund university students. But it's important that help gets funded so that we can educate our students. So, Honorable Speaker, there's a lot, and I don't want to repeat what most members have gone through, but it is one thing to have a budget estimates brought to the floor and members leave here disgruntled. And it's a different thing when you're able to show some equity across every region, regardless of how they voted, Honorable Speaker. That is something that is quite key. And it's important, Honorable Speaker, that I pointed out. I know at times people look at the side of Nyanza or the other areas. Even here in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, this has been an opposition stronghold. So we've been suffering here in Nairobi. And we are glad to see that we're able to get something here in Nairobi, because it should be important for everyone to know that in Nairobi, there are still problems. In Nairobi is the one place where if you don't get something to eat, you sleep hungry. You know, Honorable Speaker, in certain areas, you can walk into a farm, get some maize. You can walk by a lake, try and fish something. In Nairobi, you're left with nothing. You can only steal. And it's not something we want to encourage, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to throw some caution. While this House has been graceful with what we've done, this ruling that came out today, Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate the members who've helped us here, Honorable Speaker, including yourself. The ruling that came out today, I'm a bit cautious. I didn't hear it. I've not had the advantage to read it. But I've seen some experts, some excerpts out there, which I need to understand. I don't know if we were able to get some stay orders, because it seems as though Kera has been lost, or we've lost some amount of money, Honorable Speaker. Perhaps...
Order, Honorable Mark Mwenje. Your Speaker knows better, and the substantive Speaker will, at his own chosen time, brief you. But I can assure you, the court has made a very good decision, a decision that secures that all those roads agencies are there, a decision that essentially unfreezes the monies, the over 10 billion which was frozen before, and makes it available for those roads functions under Kera, which has been saved. And additionally, even with the declaration of unconstitutionality, the High Court has been gracious enough to suspend that declaration. So we are back to status quo before even the judgment and even the previous ruling. So don't go into that area.
Okay.
Our substantive Speaker, the Right Honorable Dr. Francis Masika Moses Wetangula, will brief you at his own time. But don't worry, don't debate it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I've also seen some people wiping their tears by distorting that ruling through the media. But just ignore it. We are leaders. We know what the court said and what we should do.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. And as I said, I made a disclaimer because I wasn't present at the ruling. And I'll trust your better judgment, Honorable Speaker, and I'll drop that matter at that point. Honorable Speaker, the only other issue. You know, the great county of Homa Bay hosted Madaraka Day, Honorable Speaker. And we've been having the debates of the people who were approved by the House yesterday. And I think the Honorable TJ went into great length explaining how we have several members of Parliament from Homa Bay, including the Cabinet Secretary of Finance, who used to sit with us here, Honorable Speaker. And it was one of my tutors who was teaching me especially about the finance bill last year, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I want to just send him some advisory note, Honorable Speaker. He will be here delivering the budget estimates for the financial year 25-26, Honorable Speaker. He was here, and he promised us about the 52 billion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Mbadi, by the time he comes here, we don't want to make it uncomfortable for him. Let him come with the 52 billion for CDF as he delivers his budget, his 4.3 trillion. If we are going to trust him with 4.3 trillion, and we do, Honorable Speaker, I state on the record, we trust him with 4.3 trillion. Surely, 52 billion, and it's less, Honorable Speaker, it must be less than 30. What is remaining, Honorable Speaker? I'm sure he can deliver that as he brings that budget so that he can take this country moving forward. With that, Honorable Speaker, I congratulate the chair for the budget committee and tell them to keep up this work. Make sure it is always fair going forward. Thank you.
The Honorable Daniel Manduku, who is the MP for Nyaribari, Masaba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Samuel Atandi-led Committee on Budget and Appropriation has done a commendable job. I'm not an expert in finance, but Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the proposed expenditure and estimates, and I can comfortably say that this committee has for once balanced the revenue side and the expenditure side while minimizing the deficit. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think from the onset I want to commend the work done by the committee in trying to ensure that we get some discipline in matters financial. Without repeating what most of my colleagues have said, let me highlight a few issues or areas that I think are very key and pertinent to ensuring that we have a disciplined financial sector. Number one, I want to commend the committee for ensuring that the Kenya Revenue Authority, who are mandated by law to collect taxes on behalf of this country, in ensuring that they have been given resources to expand the tax base. And more than that, implement a new system so that we minimize human interaction and therefore eradicate possible areas of conflict or corruption. Mr. Speaker, if we ensured that 70 to 80% of our tax-raising measures are tech-driven and that there's no human interface, I will assure you that under the guidance of a very able Commissioner General, Mr. Watanga, this Revenue Authority will be able to surpass its current targets. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, there are good signs, given that already in areas tax collection and with specific reference to value-added tax, we can now see the committee doing very well and in fact exceeding expectation. Something else that I want to commend this committee, and in hindsight, remember what we went through last year, there are no adverse tax-raising measures in this budget. That we've been able to make a budget with resources that we already have, or with resources that we can easily attain without further burdening the taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, something else that I want to highlight is that on the issue of public debt, this House resolved that going forward, we would have a mix of 70% to 30% being the ratio between the ratio between foreign and domestic debt, and that in the medium term, we hope that we shall achieve this. Going through the proposed borrowing this year, I can comfortably say that we are getting there by following the recommendations of this House. Mr. Speaker, on local matters, and knowing that I come from Kisii County, let me highlight that I'm extremely happy to know that this committee has allocated a total of Kenya shillings 1 billion in this financial year for the construction and completion of the Kisii Cancer Center. Mr. Speaker, where we come from, we have serious cases or challenges in the areas of cancer. And with the plans to elevate the Kisii University to a full medical college, we are sure that this center will be a reference in the region and that it will surpass Homa Bay and other neighboring counties in giving or providing quality health care for our people. Mr. Speaker, I am a person who strongly believes in affordable housing. And I want to say that if there were any people who doubted that this country can actually change, they should come and see the new houses at Mukuru Kwanjenga slums. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that in the next 5 years, we will have magnificent structures housing our people with quality sanitation. And it is in this light, Mr. Speaker, that I want to say and thank this committee for giving adequate resources in ensuring that not only shall we complete the ongoing affordable housing projects, but also that we shall have decent markets spread across every constituency. And I dare say that these markets will be game changers because they come with proper sanitation, proper working spaces, places for mothers and children to rest, accessibility, safety, and security. Mr. Speaker, this committee has also recommended that money is set aside for the payment of the universal health staff who have been out here on many days. I want to thank the committee also for setting aside funds for the recruitment of the junior secondary school interns. Mr. Speaker, these are areas that, if well funded and well supervised, would make a big and significant change in the development of our country. Mr. Speaker, there's something else that many members have not talked about, and this is in line with the innovative way of securitizing the road maintenance levy, so that we can have most of our projects or road projects that have stalled for long being able to be complete. On other areas, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is commendable that we are putting adequate funds in the TVET sector and even more money in ensuring that we grow our talent through the area of sports. Overall, Mr. Speaker, having sat in this house now for more than 2 years, I want to state that this budget has a very high level of equity, that you can finger out monies being sent to virtually every county and every region. How I hope that this will be the spirit going forward, and that by the end of our term, we shall tell our people that this is what we did. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this proposal and hope that we shall implement it as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Leader of the Majority Party, the Honorable Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to contribute to this debate by saying this at the beginning, Honorable Speaker, that a budget is usually either a tool of equalizing a country or marginalizing a country. That's a key principle when it comes to national budgets. You can use a budget like we have today to marginalize certain areas and boost others. But you can also come to a level where you want to equalize a country. And this budget, Honorable Speaker, the one that we are debating now, is such a tool that will be used to equalize the country. I have seen in this budget where resources have been put in, virtually almost every part of the country is benefiting from this budget. Probably, Honorable Speaker, is the only budget since independence that we have such a budget, thanks probably to the broad-based government that we have. Honorable Speaker, this is an important principle, and I want to ask other chairs of budget committees and people who have been given the task to budget, to ensure that we follow this spirit, the spirit of ensuring that every budget that comes in tries to equalize the nation the country so that resources go to every part of the country. Never again should we have a situation, Honorable Speaker, where we have marginalized areas and areas that have made huge progress, areas that have been left 10 years behind others, Honorable Speaker, or other areas which are 10 years ahead of others. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the things that I want to commend the committee on. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on a general principle of budget, I want to say that a budget also can be used as an economic stimulus package. How you distribute the money. Because many times you hear people, yes, the economy is growing. And we can see the figures, the numbers. But then people still tell you, we are not feeling it in our pockets. Because probably the money has been put in areas that does not spur economic growth. Areas that are more consumer, I don't want to use the consumer, but areas that are more building more infrastructure, for example. And yet, Honorable Speaker, the money is not coming into expenditure issues, and therefore you have a problem. For example, Honorable Speaker, why I say this is an economic stimulus budget, we have increased resources in agriculture. When you have resources in agriculture, you are talking about productivity. When you're talking about productivity, you are talking about stimulating the economy. We have resources that are going into building markets, Honorable Speaker. When you have resources that go into building markets, you're actually encouraging and anchoring the economy in a market-driven economy, Honorable Speaker. So this budget has two principles that have been achieved. One, the principle of using a budget to equalize a country, and secondly, to use a budget as an economic stimulus package to allow the economy to flourish and put money in the pockets of people. And I want to assure Kenyans that having looked at this budget, having gone through it, I think money will start flowing into the pockets of people if it is properly implemented. Honorable Speaker, the other question that comes into my mind is implementation of a budget. You can have very good figures. You can have very good budget. But when it comes to resources, when they are distributed and released, you realize that the money may not be released into the areas that have been marginalized for many years, but the money may be released to those other areas. Because this is a whole year program. So the first quarter, where is the money going? Second quarter, where is the money going? Third quarter, where is the money going? Fourth quarter, where is the money going? That is very important, Honorable Speaker. And because we are a country that always has a deficit on budget, therefore, we come to this principle where you look at priorities because resources are scarce and we have a deficit. So the question is, who then bears the deficit? So you realize that I hear people celebrating, a road has been put in my place, this has been put in my place, this has been put in my place. But that is not enough. Will the money actually, the actual expenditure, the money actually be available for that road to be done? Because there are roads that were budgeted for last year, but have not been done. There are programs and projects that were budgeted for the previous budget, but they were not done because of priority, and because of deficit, and because of revenue coming in is less. So you realize sometimes, Honorable Speaker, and this is a principle that we must guard against, that when the money is little, only certain areas benefit. Although the project is in the budget, certain areas benefit. But I also want to note, Honorable Speaker, certain areas where money has been put. For example, a lot of money has gone into the blue economy. We know if the issues of blue economy are properly implemented and we have a good legal regime, we have good laws in the blue economy area, Honorable Speaker, we are likely to benefit as a country and we're likely to spark growth. Because when the fishermen, you know, with blue economy, there's something interesting about it. You don't spend your money to grow the fish. The fish grows. It's not like a cow. You know, a cow, you have to feed the cow. You have to buy feeds. You have to have somebody to shepherd them. You have to have structures. But the fish is in the sea, is in the lake. You spend nothing to grow the fish. The only thing that you need is equipment and tools to go and get it. Now, if you do that, economic growth is faster in that sector than in any other sector because you don't spend to grow the fish. And this is an important thing that we need to learn as a country. We are lagging behind in stimulating the economy, the blue economy. And this is an economy that can help this country grow faster and move forward very, very fast. And actually benefit the whole country because the products and byproducts that come from the blue economy are huge. But many a times, Honorable Speaker, we don't see that. If I was given an opportunity to sit at budget and say, okay, If I were to allocate 100 billion, where would I put it? Would I put it in cows or would I put it in fish? Your Honor Speaker, if I put it in cows, it means I'll spend a lot of recurrent resources to grow the cow until maturity, until I start, slaughtering or milking, and then I have to feed the cow, I have to do all that. But if I put it in the blue economy, I only need to buy equipment, go to the fish, pick the fish, come, prepare it, sell it, and make the money. And for the first time, Honorable Speaker, I have seen there's a drive to actually benefit from that economy, the blue economy sector, Honorable Speaker. And that, for me, is very important. Honorable Speaker, another important thing that I see this budget has done is to put money in the SHA. You know, Honorable Speaker, one of the highest consumer of resources for families, for earners, is health sector. And many people, many times, Honorable Speaker, families are left in tatters because they have spent all their money, they have sold the only cow they have sold the only goat they have to take somebody to hospital, Honorable Speaker. But if we have a universal health care program, we have a health care system that takes care of the less fortunate in the society, Honorable Speaker, then we get it right. Honorable Speaker, take note, Honorable Speaker, that in the United States, healthcare system makes a president or removes a president. You know, you hear the Obamacare things, and when Trump comes, it removes it, and when Biden came in, he had its own system. Healthcare is everything for a country, and especially the other nations. In the United States, healthcare alone, your policies and programs on healthcare alone will either make you president or bring you down as president. Now, we are reaching that level as a country, where we need a healthcare system. Healthcare now will become an important campaign tool. When we get it right, if we get it right, this SHA, we get it right, Honorable Speaker, no one will ever erase that history, that important history that we are writing now using SHA. And this 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, will be counted as that Parliament that got it right for the people of Kenya, for the citizens of Kenya, that we brought down the cost of healthcare and allowed everybody to benefit from the national coffers to ensure that everybody is healthy and everybody is able to pay his bills, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one of the other things that I would like to speak about, budget can also help you to gauge efficiency of government. Budget, efficiency of government. How efficient is the government? One of the key principles of bringing in an efficient government is to have a lean government. The leaner the government, the lesser wastage you have. We need to examine our government. Probably, Honorable Speaker, I know you were there in the making of the 2010 Constitution, but probably this was not looked at. Efficiency at the helm of, or at the pedestal of, a lean government. We have a huge government as a country, huge government. The county governments are making it even bigger. Functions are duplicated. And there is even more. Even this chamber and the other chamber, there is duplication. And we continue to spend money on duplicated roles. Honorable Speaker, we need to have a budget that actually spells out the word lean inside it, so that we move from the bloated government that we have to a lean government. We'll become more efficient, resources will be moved properly, we move a lot of...
Add 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, we need to move a lot of the things that we are doing as government to the private sector. The private sector will ensure growth. But everybody, Honorable Speaker, today wants to join government, because you can be government, in government you can afford to be lazy, you can skip work, you can do all those things and still get salary. The private sector works differently. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask this Parliament to sit here and decide what government needs to look at and what are those things that need to go to private sector. When we move things to the private sector, Honorable Speaker, we will be more efficient, we will save money, and Honorable Speaker, will become a better government than we are. Honorable Speaker, I support this budget and thank the Attorney-led committee for a good job, and I wish the new CS, who was here teaching me about matters Parliament then 2-3 years ago, CS Mbadi, all the best as he steers the ship at the helm of the Treasury. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jematia will be followed by Honorable Joseph Oyula. in that order because of gender and ranking considerations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And from the onset, I want to say that I am a member of this committee, and I also want to thank my chair, Honorable Tandy. Of course, I'm talking about Honorable Mbadi because my fellow member spoke about him in minutes away. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget is defined by equity and the well distribution of the resources. In the budget today, I just want to highlight generally, because most members who have spoken before me have elaborated most of the items in the budget. But because I'm a member, Mr. Speaker, I was able to interact further and to able to also give generalities or general view on the bigger picture of the budget. This year's budget, Mr. Speaker, is 4.23 trillion. The whole budget that contains 405 billion for the counties. As you know, since the inception of the 2010 Constitution, we were able to have counties that is now reliably independent, they're able, and semi-autonomous, they're able to develop and have their own source revenue. As much as that, through the national government, we were able to allocate their fair share of money to their counties. And we also expect the counties to take this prudently and make sure this money is working fairly for Kenyans. We also had 48 billion for recruitment of 20,000 interns. For the longest time, we want to absorb these members of the society who have worked and gone to school. And this budget has considered that these interns are also going to be very important to be given opportunity to serve the country as they learn and the ropes towards making sure that the services given to Kenyans is achieved. In UHC also, there was a lot of improvement through 6 billion for employment of medical service men and women who are going to give us better services in healthcare systems, and they are going to improve specific areas of SHA and SHIV, Taifa Care. This is where the government of the day, Kenya Kwanza government, has realized that health is a prominent and a must-do while as giving services to Kenyans. Ministry of Health is going to have this money to make difference, specifically in universal health services. We also had 52 billion for TVETs to improve quality and give quality to students who are and diploma students who have enrolled in these institutions to make better their lives in terms of handcraft skills, improve, and also make sure most of every part of this country has an opportunity to interact with a TVET, not only through students and young people, even old people nowadays can enroll in school and get skills, because these institutions has enabled Kenyans who are able to interact with these TVETs to understand that they can do this thing even when we are already employed or something. You can take your time over when you have a leave break to go and train yourself and have a better skills, because TVET is giving you an opportunity through all skills that is provided there. And the government has given 52 billion. Mr. Speaker, we also have last mile connectivity, which was considered in the budget with 63 billion, which is fairly distributed equally in the country. And also consider that most parts of the country with some parts of the country with a better connectivity was allocated their fair share according to how far their connectivity has gone. For the least connected areas of the country, this is the most equitable and fair budget, because it is going to be considered. If your area is probably less than 60%, we are going to, this budget is going to give you opportunity to improve better, while the ones with 90% and above probably is going to be able to manage and maintain. And we also realize, Mr. Speaker, that the biggest problem in Kenya today is not resource allocation. It is the maintenance of the infrastructure that government and every government that has come allocate resources. If you go to schools, for instance, the schools are members or leaders built probably 10 years ago. If you visit that school today, you realize it is more vandalized than when we were building it. It is because we want to urge Kenyans and tell them, these are monies that come from your pockets. These are taxes that come from all of us as a country. But when you are having and using a facility, for instance, in school, 8 teachers and all teachers are supposed to make sure that utilities in schools are always preserved better, always maintained, and always given opportunity, so that for posterity, we are not always going to allocate money all the time, but we are always able to manage and have better institutions. And also so that we don't always build every day. We are also able to build to last. And equal to roads, equals to connectivity of electricity, because when you have all this, you realize people vandalize all the time. And this is because people think it is free money. It is not free money. These are monies that come from people. We also did capitation. We have coffee cherry fund that was also enhanced. We also have 10,000 police recruitment that is coming. We have 2 billion Kenya shillings that is going to be used to recruit KDF servicemen and women. And this is going to be impactful in all parts of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, this is through my chair, Honorable Atandi, we are going to make a difference from this financial year, 2025-26. And more so, I want to ask Kenyans to look at the expenditure more on not only the finance bill, why we are putting these monies. Let us all interact positively as we look and we make this country better than before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Joseph Oyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to this debate. Honorable Speaker, we are discussing the budget for 25-26 financial year. And I must congratulate the Budget Committee for the work well done. The Budget Committee under Honorable Sam Atandi, who is also under chairmanship of Honorable Sam Atandi, who is also my jirani, has come out very well. They have devoted most of their time on looking at the development. The development budget, I'm sure this time, has been well spread, and many areas have been covered. I'm specifically happy because one of the roads that has been worrying us in the constituency, which cuts across the 4 constituencies in Busia, has been introduced in the budget. And I think that is very useful for the people of Busia. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the security side, the committee has been able to provide funds for the recruitment of more police officers. Security is becoming a problem in this country, and the more police we have, the better. In fact, Honorable Speaker, very many areas are now having problems with security because of lack of personnel. So these additional personnel, 10,000 policemen, will help this country greatly. Honorable Speaker, they have also considered the operationalization of gazetted chiefs, officers, and chiefs and assistant chiefs. If you recall, Honorable Speaker, we had a long debate in this House with the Minister for Internal Security regarding the operationalization of these locations. I think this should now come to an end. Honorable Speaker, I've also noticed through the budget that we have gotten some adequate funding for TVETs. TVETs are going to be the backbone for development in this country, for employment of youths, and for proper training of our youths. The only thing I've not seen, Honorable Speaker, is the machinery for TVETs. I've not seen it anywhere, and I hope it will be considered later. Honorable Speaker, this budget has set up equality for the future. In the past, the budget never reached some corners of this country. But this one has touched almost every corner, and I hope it's going to help very many areas of this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Budget Committee most sincerely for the work done, and I hope that we will gain more from this budget. Particularly on education, Honorable Speaker, something has been done on education, although not much, but I'm a bit worried. They have reduced some money against the primary education. I hope something will be done because the primary schools are expanding, and any reduction will definitely affect the primary schools. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by supporting this budget, and I hope it will be useful for this country. Thank you.
Honorable Makali Mulu, the mover should be replying. Are you so anxious to speak? Because we are at that hour when the mover should reply. Yeah, please say something before the mover steps into the house.
A correction, John Makali, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also make my remarks in respect of this budget estimates for the year 2025-2026. At the outset, let me congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, for hosting a very, very successful 62nd Madaraka Day. We hosted the 61st Madaraka Day, and we thought we were the best, but I think you hosted it in a manner that left us also wondering that we will have done more. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, is to thank the Budget Committee for this particular report, for burning the midnight oil to produce this particular report, being the third report of this particular administration since it came into power, and the first one of the broad-based government. Let me start by highlighting up a few issues that are arising from this particular budget. 28% of this particular budget has been allocated to the education sector, which is really a very, very good thing because education is the ultimate levelizer, and we need to invest seriously in education so that we can be able to have human capital to be able to drive this country forward. Three things arise from that. One is we have allocated money towards teachers' promotions and recruitment of more teachers. This is a plus from this particular committee because, Mr. Speaker, you remember ever since we got independence, last year we employed around 50,000 teachers. If we can really be able to employ more teachers, I have people in my constituency, some of them who graduated way back in 2014, but they have never been employed. So it's a plus that we need to employ more teachers because we'll be fighting the unemployment scourge that is facing up our country. But principally, much as we have allocated money to the ministry, to the education sector, our universities are having a problem. Most of all the universities are having a problem. They are on their knees. Capitation is a problem. Higher Education Loans Board, we have issues with the formula for disbursing the Higher Education Loans Board. I'm hoping that during this new financial year, we should be able to have a seamless remission of capitation to our schools so that the head teachers can be able to run these schools fairly and properly. My second issue is in the agriculture sector. Agriculture contributes 20% of our gross domestic product. And I have seen the committee has allocated a sum of 78 billion shillings towards the agriculture sector. You realize, Honorable Speaker, that food security is very important. We want to thank the government for the overtures it has made in the subsidized fertilizer program. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, that more funds will be allocated towards the free fertilizer subsidy to enable farmers to go back to their farms so that they can be a food secure nation. My only worry in the agriculture sector, Honorable Speaker, is last year and this year, better part of this year, we embarked on the sugar sector reforms. The train for reforms in the sugar sector left the station. In several of our sugar come from an area where farmers rely on sugarcane for their upkeep. Factories have been leased. While I appreciate that the committee has allocated 2 billion shillings towards sugar sector reforms, my main worry is that if you look at annexure number 4, the unfunded areas, the committee has clearly pointed out that we require another 5.3 billion shillings towards payment of workers and cane farmers. Honorable Speaker, I hope when we get to the Committee of Whole, the Committee of Supply, we should be able to allocate some money towards settlement of those arrears of sugarcane farmers, specifically for the poor Nzoia sugarcane farmers and employees who now have had their factory leased to an investor to be able to run it up so the government can be able to actualize that particular promise. It is in Schedule 4, you'll see unfunded areas that have not been funded. The third thing, Honorable Speaker, is in the health sector. We appreciate what the government is doing to ensure that universal health care is working. Every Tuesday, Honorable Speaker, when we come to this assembly, you will find demonstrators at the universal.
Honorable Wanjiku Muya and the chair of the Committee on Education will have 2 minutes each to register their comments, then the mover will reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And first, I thank the Committee of Budget for doing good work. But, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't go well without me recording some issues, especially on primary school. As a country, we know primary school education is the basic or the foundation of education. And currently, with the JSS in primary schools, this is an area which could not have required any reduction, rather increment. Honorable Speaker, if we go to agriculture, particularly in fertilizer, I think it is high time that first we delete the money for delivery unit. I don't know what they deliver. Honorable Speaker, when the ministries are allocating money so that the committee can evaluate and agree or disagree, it's important that we see some research effort. For example, if we need fertilizer, what informs the Ministry of Agriculture to require such fertilizer in such tonnage for such regions? For example, Nyandarua County is a potato growing area. We time and again require different fertilizer from those who are planting maize, sugarcane, and others. But you will find there is no information. The money is put in lump sum, and it is just for fertilizers. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, if it is in terms of lighting in this country, connecting people in Kenya, of course, is a development agenda, and it is very much welcomed. But I hope the money that is put there, 50 billion plus, will be done equally, because some regions have been said that they are well connected, 60–70%, while you go to the ground, it is not the same. While some places like Nairobi or the environment around Nairobi are well connected, and they continue to get allocation. This is the research I'm calling upon in the ministries to categorize, to give money and allocate money with information so that it can meet the purpose. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the 2 minutes, and I look forward to more deliberation.
Honorable Julius Meli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank you for giving me this time to also register issues on the budget. First of all, I want to appreciate the Budget and Appropriation Committee led by Honorable Tandi for good work. Honorable Speaker, on the issues of education, I want to bring to the attention of the House that this is the sector which has the highest funding, almost 700 billion shillings. And on that, we got almost substantial amounts of money, especially on capitation. But we still have less. Always, the Ministry of Education have less by 22 billion shillings in the last 7 years, Honorable Speaker. And two, I want to thank also that we managed to give money for exams, the CAPSEA, the KCSE exams, and all the exams that are going to be done this year. So I want to say that we have enough money and the exams will run normally. Two, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of TVET education. I want to thank this budget because it is providing enough money to construct and to finish TVET colleges and institutions across the country, and even more money for capitation. Even the machinery, there is money that will be able to equip the institutions that have been finished. On university education, yes, we have money for the university education, especially on capitation, on a new funding model. But more importantly, we still need more money so that we can be able to fund every student, especially on the KMTC and Teacher Training College. On agriculture, I want to say that, yes, we were very grateful that we have subsidized fertilizer, but there is an issue which we want to thank the government on sugar sector reforms. But we have issues on tea, and I want to ask that next time we need to provide money to actually modernize the tea sector and be able to give money and resuscitate the problems in the tea subsector. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is the issue on the universal health care. We provided money enough money for this sector, more so especially for the health of this nation. We actually need to make sure that the universal health care workers are not actually demonstrating every other time. I thank you, and I want to thank the committee for good work.
The mover will now reply.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to reply. Honorable Speaker, before I reply, let me first of all thank members of this House for debating this bill very vigorously and raising some fundamental issues which the Budget Committee has taken note of. Honorable Speaker, some of the issues that were raised by members include concerns about the current budget implementation. Honorable Speaker, even though there's a hypothesis that the budget is not fully implemented, the report which is before my committee outlining how the budget for this financial year is performing tells me that the budget is performing above 50%. Honorable Speaker, considering that development projects of government involves elaborate procurement process, in my view, I think this is quite okay. And I think the question that the government is not disbursing exchequer is not accurate. The other issue which was raised, Honorable Speaker, has to do with the fiscal deficit. And Honorable Speaker, some members complained that we had put revenue projections which is not accurate because the finance bill has not been presented and discussed and approved. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that these are merely projections. In fact, if you want to establish the accurate revenue collected in a financial year, that you have to wait for the audit. And the audit normally happens after the financial year has elapsed. And Honorable Speaker, as I said when I moved this motion, this bill, is that we have made one of the most accurate revenue projections in history. And to show you that this is accurate, Honorable Speaker, the revenue projection which was presented by Treasury is much less than what our own PBO here, our own think tank, the Physical and Economic Think Tank of Parliament, which I said yesterday is globally rated. Their projection is higher than one which was presented by Treasury. This shows you, Honorable Speaker, that for the first time we are being more realistic. And by the way, Honorable Speaker, even in the past, our revenue projections are always accurate. Whereas in the past, Treasury has projected higher revenue, we normally project lower revenue, which is normally what KRA in the end achieves. Honorable Speaker, on Equalization Fund, the concerns are very real, Honorable Speaker, that up to now, Kenyans cannot be able to see the projects that are being performed by Equalization Fund. And by the way, Honorable Speaker, even when this fund comes to an end, it will be very difficult for Kenyans to see the impact. So, Honorable Speaker, this is something which Treasury has taken note of. And because some of these projects are implemented by counties, we want to urge counties to change, because we have less than, I think, 5 years. So, Honorable Speaker, these concerns are genuine, and Treasury has taken note of them. Budget Committee has also done the same. Honorable Speaker, there were concerns about judiciary budget. Honorable Speaker, we say that we, as a House, have fully funded judiciary. We have given judiciary the resources they need, especially for hiring of new judges, Honorable Speaker. And for the infrastructure in judiciary, I want to urge members of parliament that we can also supplement the efforts of judiciary in funding the infrastructure. This we can do using NGCDF. So members, please, in your areas, in your constituencies, I know members who have spent their NGCDF in also constructive courts, and I think this is something which I would like to urge parliament members, let us think of this. Honorable Speaker, on allocation to counties. Honorable Speaker, even though the share of allocation to counties in this bill is 405 billion, it needs to be noted that we have an additional 74 billion in the conditional allocations, which also is going to be due to counties. So in the end, counties are going to receive a total of 474 billion. Honorable Speaker, this is not a small amount of resources. We have complained in this House that our governors are let down, that the resources that we have given them, they have not spent it wisely. They are abusing their powers in the counties. Honorable Speaker, these are facts that have been raised by members. And therefore, we believe that at 474 billion sent to counties, that money is good enough for our counties to realize development. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that there's this also notion that not enough functions have been devolved in the area of health. Honorable Speaker, if you look keenly at the budget for Ministry of Health here in Nairobi, all the allocations are purely for national government functions. For example, Honorable Speaker, you know that we have more than 6 level 6 referral hospitals. Honorable, these hospitals are funded from the budgets of national government. There is no way we are able to transfer budgets of national referral hospitals to counties. That would be regular. So when you see budgets for Ministry of Health in Nairobi, as large as it may look, it is for very, very national government important functions, some of which involve primary health care, you know, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this campaign and fight for more resources by governors needs to stop. We want governors to now focus on implementation of development programs in their counties. We cannot have, governors in courts. Governors are only thinking about sponsoring court cases against national government. They want to grab everything, but they are not performing. They are not utilizing those resources properly. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that I want to thank again this House for this debate. And Honorable Speaker, when we get to Tuesday, when we'll be discussing the Committee of Supply, I know again members will be able to deliberate and be able to allocate resources where it is needed. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
I'll defer the putting of the question to a future date, and to thank all members who have stayed up to beyond the hour to deliberate on this very important role of the National Assembly, that is budgeting for the nation. Honorable members, be upstanding. Honorable members, on the time being 7:04 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 10th day of June 2025 at 2:30 p.m.